You've been cooped up inside this tiny little apartment, perking up at all the passing cars. Never warmed up to me or anybody. Jenny said she found you by the side of the road. When she was out of town, took care of you like my own. But now I'm moving out, and I gotta go. But
Hello. How's it going? I'm going to take this out. Not that you can see my hair. I'm just a black blob in a sea of darkness. Anyway, what's up? How's it going? Happy Friday. I hope that you're doing well and having a nice evening. I'm frustrated because I apparently left a giant smudge in the middle of my glasses when I cleaned them earlier. Wow, I did an awful job, and it's going to piss me off if I don't attempt to fix this. Make my eyes hurt. Okay, that's a little better. It's at least not as noticeable. Okay, that's not gonna load. That's fine. Okay. Anyway. Hope you guys, I have had a good week. I'm incredibly happy that this week is over. I'm glad it's done. I'm so tired. But we're gonna play Ace Attorney, and that is all I need for a good Friday night. I don't remember. I don't think I remember anything about the case that we're on right now. Oh God. Oh wait, it's coming back to me. This is funky. I'll finish my sentence in a sec. It's called I Am a Bee by Louis Zong. I hope that's how you say his last name. Okay, I'm remembering. It's coming back to me. It's a flashback. As soon as I remembered it was a flashback, it came rushing back. We're in the Kabuki Mask Village. I don't think that's what it was called. The Monster Village. We're in the Monster Village with Jinxie Tenma. That was her name. And her dad. We're defending her dad, who maybe killed the mayor? Yeah, that's right. Who's a wrestler. Who's a secret wrestler. Oh, it's coming back now. And let me really quick. Put Duel Destinies in my title, just in case. Okay. What the fuck was I just saying? Yeah. And then we're gonna meet Blackquill. Oh, we're gonna meet Blackquill finally. I think I got spoiled in some of Blacquill's information story, but he's in jail. He's a convicted murderer and also a prosecutor. Yeah. This game is wild. I've spent the whole week just reading fan fiction. Because I'm just not a functional human being. Turn the music down slightly. I was not a functional human being this week. Like, in the slightest. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, I guess. Let me take these out of my pocket before I put them down. Yeah. So I was just reading all the fan fiction I could get my hands on, and some of the fan fiction that I came across, shameful. I can't even talk about them. Maybe when people are actually here, I'll talk about them. But I'm not going to talk about them into the void because... Oh, man. Anyway. Should we, I guess, get started on this here case? I gotta launch the game. There we go. Also, the reason I could not for the life of me remember the case that we are on is because I yesterday started replaying Apollo Justice, just in my spare time, this new version, because it's been a couple of months. It was the summer that we played Apollo, was it not? I'm gonna check YouTube. Just really quick. No, don't close YouTube. Rude. Alright, how far back do I gotta scroll for Apollo? Because we did Ace Attorney Investigation. Okay, I forgot we did Ace Attorney Investigations after Apollo. That was an interesting choice on my part. A year ago. A year ago? Don't play it out loud. Oh my god, it was December 2022. Why did I think it was this summer? No, we played the first Great Ace Attorney this summer. Oh my god. I spent a whole fucking year. Why did I do Apollo before Great Ace Attorney, or Ace Attorney Investigations? God only knows. Oh, I don't want to be at the museum. Thank you. I will say, I'm loving the art in Apollo. Like, I love the sprites. Like, this looks so crisp. They look so good. Also, I'm in case 2 in it, and we just met Clavier. I don't know how to say his name. Oh, Phoenix looks so good. I can't handle. There's something about Phoenix. That man. But anytime Clavier pops up, I'm like, a little bit. He has this line, I don't remember it from the original, that when you first meet him, he's like, I'm used to feeling this way with women, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man. And I'm like, Clavier! Anyway, I'm a Apollo shipper, if you didn't already know that. Yes, trial day 1. Oh, I got the stylish threads achievement. Oh yeah, I put Apollo in his costume. We're good to see that. I don't remember what voice I gave her. You okay there, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pretrial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, I'm fine, in a loud voice really relieves the stress. I forgot about that. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right, here. I'll go first and then you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine! She's so cute! I love her! I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with... A race around the courthouse. The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's up? What's with all the racket, you two? Oh God, him in this suit. He looks so good. I think I'm just in love with him. What is wrong with me today? I'm just in love with, I think, every character of this game. Like, my brain is so broken. Really, what's wrong? Hold on. What's wrong is this art. Oh God, I'm a mess. This art. Oh, this by Brightside Night on Twitter. Oh my God. Oh, please focus. It's not gonna focus, and it's not gonna give you. Ugh. I can't. It's everybody. I retweeted it yesterday, I guess. Yeah. I don't know what it is about this picture. I was having a deep discussion with my friend. I don't know what it is about that picture, but it's so pathetic and I love it. Anyway. Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? I guess, yeah, he doesn't have his license yet, or his badge back yet, at this point. Oh, this. I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. What is wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm so glad no one is here to witness this right now. Oh my God. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. I still like his old suit better, I think, but that suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He also used psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So, he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Look at that serious face. I knew it was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole, but at least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Oh, look at him laugh. Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes. Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So, are you ready? Might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. You know, that's a great idea, Phoenix, because I don't remember a thing that we have. Alright, the Yokai Legend Scroll. Right, Tenmataro. That's a legendary monster. Actually did the murdering, but it's actually his assistant, because they showed it to us again. Okay, the warding charm that Jinxie gave us. Ninetails flower. Newspaper of him flying through the air, right? Diagram of the crime scene with the air duct. It's in the ceiling in the chamber, but you could, like, in the wall in the hallway. Then there's the foyer with the camera. Right. Fox and demon statue covered in blood. Oh, can I? No, I can't examine anything. I forgot. Okay. The crime scene photo. It's pretty gross. The mask with the white hair inside. The advertisement. Okay. Her statement. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as she made for the foyer. Oh, the sighting, right. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. She couldn't call for help because there's no one else in the hall. And the TV listings of the brawl. Okay. Hopefully we get a autopsy report when we go in there. Right, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. He's just such a little dork, and I love him. I love them all. Anyway. Court is now in session. All rise. I like this. Look at him in his outfit. I just got a glimpse of it. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Look at his clothes. He looks so good. Oh my god. I'm so glad I put him in this little outfit last week. I would have forgotten. Hall of Justice, defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. Oh. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain it. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot he is currently serving time. I hate when his eyes go wide like that. Oh.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
I'm like being jump scared by these anime cutscenes.
But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, hey dude. Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Is the prosecution ready? I'm gonna have to just do another, like, deep voice. Oh, God. Just gonna get my Van Zeek's voice. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Of course, forgive me. Ugh. Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter? Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the all there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Gabby needs to take her medicine. There we go. Pointless? Oh, well, looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? Wow. Who, me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things, and then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Did you get that from Francisco? Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Old daughters such as you are a plague upon the youth. I pity your poor grandchildren, or is it great-grandchildren? Man, this is very aggressive.
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. Also, the judge is just an idiot.
Opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cubey, alderman of Nine Tails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
Right. He didn't kill the mayor because he is the mayor. Oops.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So, in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere.
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright.
This man looks like he shouts everything he says.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I'm the detective assigned to this case.
Bobby Fulbright.
Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here.
I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated.
Wait, who's protecting who from what?
Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement.
I like his music.
Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you.
Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright.
Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss.
Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious.
Now let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail.
All right. God, his stance. About the murder.
Alderman Cubey was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cubey was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him with a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and it grabbed a statue and struck back.
Okay.
Alderman Cubey had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
Thank you. I was just wondering. Stabbed with a spear, estimated time of death around 3:20 p.m. Yep, which is the same time as that TV show. The victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Okay.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker, despite being impaled by a spear.
Make sure there was nothing else in that court record. Oh, I'm not allowed to read it anymore. That's all the information. How do I switch the tabs again? I guess I just click it. Okay. It's just the... Oh, it said it at the bottom. I don't have any reading comprehension skills. No, let me out. Let me out. There we go.
That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it off.
I forgot how deep Apollo's voice actually is.
Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear?
Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable... Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you?
Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses.
He's got quite a smirk.
I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink.
I don't know. Still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory with you at the edge of my blade.
I didn't sign up for this. God, the face he's making. Blackwell.
And so your life is spared. For now.
Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof. Or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest.
Oh, bud. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, your baldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. He has the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun.
What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the murder for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman.
Ugh, this is a case that's gonna ravage my voice. Did that say he went to a blood drive and took the blood instead of donating? Is that what that said? No. He went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. What the hell? Are they calling him a vampire?
There will be no gossiping in my court. Your baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again, perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold. The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
You are one to talk, Blackwell.
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance in this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Hell yeah, Athena.
Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here.
I don't think you should be saying anything to her, Blackwell, from what I have been spoiled about her and your backstory. Whew. Thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. He's so cute in that outfit. I can't. I'm sorry.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker?
None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai. That's what I didn't want kabuki, I wanted yokai.
Two yokai to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and the other Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art.
No prints could be lifted. Okay. Was Mr. Flamboyant wearing gloves? Which shouldn't matter because in the past we've done glove print stuff. God, that case. Having flashbacks. Anyway.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
All right. About the murder. Okay. Murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Fingerprints of the defendant were found on the murder weapon. At the time, he was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. God. Sorry. Attempt to attack the victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab.
Hold it!
Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear? Absolutely. After all, he was once a pro wrestler. Yeah. The injustice of being drugged, then speared, was answered with a righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely. After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. I should have just presented. I want to present the statue to the statement, because there's no fucking fingerprints on it. And though he retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need. You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wit's flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered postmortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. We found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. Yeah, okay. No.
Objection!
Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory. There's no fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? This can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man? Yes. You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox chamber? Exactly. And this could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? So I'm watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. I just want to check something really just quick. Okay. People ship him and Athena together a lot. I don't. He's 28. She's 18. No! Okay. Anyway. Might recall the blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Granted, I'm pretty sure there's a 10-year age difference between Gumshoe and Maggie Bird, too, and I don't like that any better. In my head, she's older. Because there's no canonical need for her to be... Anyway.
Own your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle and you shall see the hole you thought you found is but an illusion.
Now let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used to wrap the statue? That's the only one that makes sense. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah!
Precisely. Bully for you, boy.
Why did I say it like that?
Oh, it was nothing.
Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did. Ugh, I did.
Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back.
I don't know about that, my man. Oops. 2 pages. Wait, what? I keep just going. Oh, okay. Susan was apparently wrapped in a large cloth. Fingers we lifted in the cloth. Okay.
Now do you see how dull your mind is?
I'll make sure to sharpen it next time.
A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like a samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time.
Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef?
It would seem the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all.
It was kind of attached to that hole. Now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it.
Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer.
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue.
Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, I'm not. No, Athena! No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Ah! Sorry. Guess I got carried away.
Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch. You meanie. I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright.
So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it?
No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
Interesting. Why do you suppose the killer would do that?
Why indeed?
Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is.
Ouch. I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright.
Hoy, Fulbright. Explain his baldness. Explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks.
What? You mean you can explain all that?
Ah, our investigation prowess is without equal.
Starting to think I chose the wrong profession.
Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters, so he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. I don't know about that. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears? Wasn't there something the mayor told us last time that's obviously not in our, I don't think it's in our court record, that he tried to acquire the village like well before all the hype? Yeah, it was like a ghost town when he was like trying to annex it. So like why, I don't know. Maybe it was after. There was something about like why would anybody want to acquire this village, and then the wrestler came out and that's how it became like a tourist attraction. Yeah, that's what it was. Absolutely, he knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, that is. Tenma who? Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon, and thus were blinded to other, more plausible explanations.
Hold it!
Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imagination run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor, and as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Got quite a voice there, Blackwell. Dullard, you were playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and the tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believed the murders to be the work of the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. Excuse me. Oh my god. And the colors. However, the police believe the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defense sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself, defendant, not defense. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. Hey!
Objection!
That's mean. Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself, fool, right? Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. Okay, this is like Godot's coffee platitudes. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. Hi, Nico! I knew you would love him. I knew you would like Blackwell. Oh. Nico, I'm having, like, a day. Every time a character comes on the screen, God, you should see me at the beginning of a stream. I was just like blushing. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Why do I have a crush on every single character? I did not have a crush on Phoenix Wright, and now I suddenly do. I don't know what's wrong with me. Capcom did make them all hot.
I said this, I started replaying Apollo yesterday because I just realized it's been a whole year since I played that game. And when Clavier came on the screen, I don't know what came over me. I did not have a crush on the man when I first played it. But now I'm like, oh, excuse me. I mean, I'm Phoenix. Phoenix is just, there's something about a man whose life has fallen to pieces. I have to send you the piece of art that has got me in a tizzy. A tizzy. Oh my god, wait. You're gonna laugh at me. You're gonna I don't know what it is about this. I mean, oh. Also, thank you for retweeting the stream. I appreciate it. Please view that masterpiece. And oh god. Anyway, I'm gonna go to this cross-examination and figure out what's going on. Okay. Packed. What the fuck is that? All right. No.
Hold it!
The Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma-town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was a champion. Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut down one by one. Cut them down. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma-town pro wrestling. Oh my god. If I could stop punching my microphone. It was amazing. If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday. I bet Detective Albright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. So you do understand the greatness that is the Amazing Ninetales. Okay.
Hold it!
This statement. But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim our client planted the yokai evidence to stroke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB? Capcom, stop making people hot challenge. This is true. Oh, also. Okay, which one am I? Look at him. His little sword. His little body. Look at him. I think I've lost my mind. Like, maybe for real this time. It is, isn't it? So Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity. Apollo, I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good.
This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, but why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement.
I'll go on more rants about this game after a second.
Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No!
I love him in that cute little outfit. Anyway, every time I see it, I get excited. I'm gonna lose it.
A shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal. Clearer than crystal clear.
What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder.
At last, we've reached my final point. Why did the alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness?
God, he's so cocky.
I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness.
Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma-town. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead.
This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket.
What?
At present, the alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life.
Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the alderman's murder? I think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it onto the alderman's pocket? Oh yeah! The mayor was being blackmailed. It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what's happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle.
Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things, but he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light.
Wait a sec. Everybody's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that?
Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony.
Alright, what am I presenting to this? Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Wrong! Because the feathers are... No, they're not bloody.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove? It proves that when the feathers and tracks were planted...
It proves... What?
It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I told you already, they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out when killing his victim.
But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear where the feathers and tracks were left at the scene, when they were left at the scene. Nope.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice?
Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood?
In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing...
That's not his voice.
Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman.
But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter.
There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else behind the mayor and the alderman, at the scene besides. Oh my god, at the scene of the crime. There must be some mistake. Man has a lot of hair. I'm just staring at Blackwell's figure. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Oh. Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? Okay. He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? Oh, it's Jinxie's. I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness Jinxie Tenma saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Yeah. We just said it wasn't the demon, and now we're saying it was a demon. It's somebody dressed as the demon, obviously. Look at him. Oh, somebody please say something. Defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock the court and justice itself? You are unfit to bear your name, boy. Your baldness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. I hate this face he's making. I hate it so much. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears. You had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around the corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? That just proved there was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer. Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum is shifted in our favor. Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Okay, Blackwell. That was an intense objection from the shaking.
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken.
My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Nico, did you look at the picture I sent you? Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? I know he's evil, but I can fix him. Nico, he might not be as evil as you think. From the things I've been spoiled about. Just my own fault. Again, my inability to stop reading fanfiction. It's got me in a chokehold. There's one fanfiction I keep thinking about. I don't want to talk about it, but I do also. It's embarrassing. I can't believe I read it. I didn't read it in depth, but it was when I kept scrolling past it. Like, I was like filtering for this, that, and the other thing, and it kept popping up, and I was like, at first I was like, I will not be. Absolutely not. And then I was like, I was curious. Anyway, consider this. That yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer. Nah. That fool and that fop would have seen him. No, because that fool was watching a television show
Fool and Fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Nico, do you want me to send it to you? You don't have to read it. I'd have to go spoil you about Blackwell? Or about this terribly inappropriate fanfiction? Yes. The image. Oh, that image. I can't handle. I gotta just pull it up and screen share it because I've said it like 4 times and my thing won't. All right, let me go to my not my preferences. My history. Oh God, scrolling through my history is gonna be a nightmare. Where is it? I don't even remember what it's called. Oh God, here it is. Nico, you can't judge me when I send you this. It's not, I'm not into it. I just scrolled past it so many times that I had to know what it was. Anyway. I'm gonna pull up that picture really quick. I'm losing my mind. What is wrong with me today? Where's my profile? Okay. Yeah, this one. We scroll past it. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know what it is about this, because I'm not like a big Chris Nicks person, but I do a little bit love the dynamic. There's something about this art. Everybody go send your love to the Bright Side Night, because oh my God. I have to stop. I have to play this fucking game. Nico, you're allowed to judge me, but also please don't, because that fic is wild. Anyway, why didn't these two see the Temitara impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. What's the term they use these days? No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. Toxic yaoi? Yeah, it is that a little bit. Oh God, it was. I also didn't. I knew that trans Apollo Justice was like a big headcanon. I did not realize just how prominent it is. Like, I was scrolling through the Klapalo tag because I needed it a little bit. Like, I'm a right worth girly till the day I die, but I just need a little Klapalo. And like every single fic was like trans Apollo. And I was like, oh my God. Not every single fic, but there were so many of them. I was like, oh my God. I didn't realize just how prominent it is. It got popular after someone did a trans Apollo X Clavier thing. Could be. I just know we must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that this little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Protector? Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. Of course he is. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know. Very well then, bailiff. Please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. So don't get me wrong. I do like trans Apollo. I'm here for that headcanon.
I have no judgment on it. Just was surprised by how much of it there was.
The witness please state his name and occupation, please. My name's Phil. Oh God, what was his voice? The name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch.
Ah, it's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again.
They're all yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Oh, ethics, schmethics. Just take 'em if you want 'em. Polish them up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Temataro in the foyer after the murder.
He didn't, because he was watching that wrestling match.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still sitting in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3. But I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary, no siree.
It's because you were watching a TV show.
That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of the little girl's dreams.
So you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Temataro? Oh my god, hold on. My friend's texting me. Tomorrow my friend's coming over and we're having a bad anime day. We're watching Italia.
Yup, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, and none but the truth.
I was telling her about, you know, my whole rediscovering that fanfiction on my old cell phone and transcribing it because it's been deleted from the internet. And I had to explain what Italia was, obviously. And she was so fascinated by it. She was like, we have to get together and watch it. And then I was cleaning up stuff, like going through some boxes, and I realized I own like all of it. I have no memory of purchasing this show, but I own like all of it. So she's coming over tomorrow and we're gonna watch as much as we can get through. I don't remember much beyond shipping France and UK very hard. Don't remember that much about the show. So this will be a trip down cringe memory lane.
Temataro, but you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you?
This reminds me of the Junjo Romantica incident. What's that?
I certainly don't.
Oh, he's lying. My bracelet, it's... Something the matter, Apollo? Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Miss Filch has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit.
Oh! What's a hawk doing in here?
I forgot he's got a pet hawk. Just sent him to gouge my eyes out, why don't you? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. Does that make you fall even deeply... even deeper in love with him? He doesn't live with you, you know. He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Hey! Stop that! We have a spot squat like this.
What the heck's going on round here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Oh! Somebody help! He's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed.
Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. Why? We'll be fine, I think. There was something dressed as Tamataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. I already know what I'm presenting.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Happily. I've already smelled the fishy statement. Yup.
Objection!
The one time I don't go to the left, it's... Don't lie in court like that, Mr. Filch.
Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that in the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss.
Ah! I didn't watch that one. No siree, I was doing my job just like I was supposed to.
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right?
Yipes!
Not only that, but you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off?
You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of the professional types, too. I can do double duty watching TV in the foyer at the same time.
The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief.
Excuse me. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off.
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time. That's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you mean the witness, Mr. Justice.
And then, God, he's an idiot.
And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
I assume... No. That it's this. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, it's the only fucking thing that makes sense. Please take a look at the direction yes, the TV is facing the wrong way. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance.
Oh, he's gonna be like, but I was watching the camera on the TV. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim.
Yipes! The bag's out of the cat, or I mean the other way round.
God, he's so short, he's on a crate! I love when they do that.
But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about?
This.
I'm not a mind reader. Ah!
Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki?
Oh, dude, you're stretching.
They were? I mean, yes, they were.
But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't?
My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see the foyer floor and stairwell get all squeaky creaky when someone's walking on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon.
So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by?
Yeah, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster?
A lying thief calling me a shyster? This has to be the low point of my fledgling career.
Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. Well, I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine.
Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu.
Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir.
The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
Okay, we're getting another testimony. Ears working overtime.
It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky, like no way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there was no Temataro in the foyer.
Superstitions of the religion. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand. A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense for lacking that. Our entire world would be but upside down.
Something about the way this man structures his sentences. I have a hard time reading them. Says the convict prosecutor, who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world.
Besides, if there was any yokai roaming about, I'd nab him and sell him to the zoo.
Alright. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. This seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. If we can't prove she saw Temataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. We better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Okay. Alright, Filch. Okay. Watching it. Ears might have been slacking off, but my eyes are working overtime. The floor's all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Temataro on the floor. Maybe he jumped. Maybe he flew.
Hold it!
So you were pretty good ears, Mr. Filch.
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Temataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle.
Jingle jangle? How does he do that?
It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles.
What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Temataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Temataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Temataro's jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
Yeah. Probably. I mean, whenever something like this comes up, it's usually vital. Extremely vital. I request that to be added to his testimony. Okay. Now what? If Temataro was passed by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. Okay. Okay. Showing what Temataro looks like. Okay. Boarding charm, no. Doesn't have a staff in this picture. Doesn't have a staff in this picture either. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna be this little thing. So I guess?
Objection!
I don't. Temataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up.
There's something the defense would like to share with the court.
Mr. Filch, you say you didn't see Temataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Temataro would be holding a staff? Huh? Oh, yeah. You see, the Temataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands, and she described it sounds like you did, as a kind of jangly sound.
Yeah, so he's holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
I have not chosen a good voice to compare to his voice, but I don't have a better one. If anybody has any suggestions, let me know, but I don't have a better one. The point is that Temataro doesn't use a staff, not normally. I could just use my normal voice for both him and Phoenix. That would be a choice. That would be a bad choice, but I could do that.
What are you talking about?
You see, this is the only known document depicting Temataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? Could you just use a slightly deep, normal voice?
You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ask! So the question is, why does the witness think Temataro uses a staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution. No, because that's like my Edgeworth voice. I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. It's just my voice. I don't know. I'm not a voice actor, if you couldn't tell. Who's texting me? I'm gonna put my phone on do not disturb. Less distractions. Not that I'm not thoroughly distracted tonight.
Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Temataro carries a staff.
Filch's scatterbrain scrolls wrong. He actually saw Temataro. Just gonna stick with the... Mr. Filch actually saw Temataro right after the crime occurred. And that's the only way he could possibly know about the staff.
Busted again!
Bloody hell, you duplicitous little... Yes, how'd that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Temataro that day, didn't you? Well?
I'm begging you, please don't make me say it.
But clearly you did see Temataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact.
No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be.
He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Temataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death.
Is that why he can't admit the truth?
Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Temataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Temataro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Temataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone she had seen Temataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too?
So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him? Them old village superstitions.
The defense, please explain what the witness is talking about. The people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Temataro.
Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here.
Do not gaze upon Temataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring superstitions will cost you your soul?
See, that's why his folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Temataro.
Okay. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Temataro costume. And they knew that, oh my god. They knew that way no one could talk about him. Oh my god. They knew that way no one could talk about him. So it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Temataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Objection! Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Objection! Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Professor Blackwell.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the Clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
This is back and forth. While the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Tails Vale, a life or death superstition might even make you a believer.
Okay, bud.
What is it? Oh, I love them. Every time I get it, I just love all the characters so much. I'm not drunk. Why am I behaving like this? Is it the antidepressants? Is this what antidepressants do to me? Are they finally kicking in? Good lord. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why am I acting like this?
You fool of a Tanuki. 2 times now your lies have cost me.
Sorry. I promise not to do it again.
Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him.
Yipes, he's gonna eat me alive. Head for the hills. He took off.
Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him with your
Fastest men. That's certainly not something you see every day. God.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Professor Blackwell?
Yeah, bud. Oh. Uh-oh. What? Huh? Ah! His shackles. Oh. Oh. I'm too young to die.
Justice Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade.
Why do you even have one?
You had best say your prayers.
I hate this face that he's making so much. Detective, do something! Have no fear, Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection, objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice. Oh my god.
Silence!
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to,
I think the judge forgot he's in charge here.
So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Right, and that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman QB.
Silence!
Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber?
What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. He's probably hiding behind the door.
Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door.
And your point is?
Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor.
No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tim. Ah!
Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? Hiding behind the door is my guess.
There's only one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your little killer yokai at the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh.
The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated.
Wait, this is still a trial, right?
Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono.
I hate the face. I hate it. Stop making him do that.
Very well, then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to...
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Is he British? Is he British? But he's also using... Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands.
See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? I gotta look it up. Is this man British? I'm not gonna be happy about that. Ace attorney. Simon Blackwell. Is this Van Zeke's ancestor? Oh god, I just got a spoiled image. Born in 1999. He's younger than me. I mean, this case takes place in the future. Takes place in like 2026. Prosecutor. Is he British? Is he British? I don't. Is Simon No. Just British. Simon Blackwell canonically British question mark? Thank you, Reddit. It's the clear implication I like to imagine. This person says, I figured he was an American, maybe from East LA, who was the worst weeaboo / T-boo mashup. Bananas. Alright. British. I don't know. The problem is they're not very I don't know. Anyway. I gotta stop getting distracted. I'm never gonna get through this case. I've already been live for an hour and 45 minutes, and we just got through the first section, and there's 3. He busted out of his shackles. We do have a... Okay, it's just Jinxie's after this. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway?
Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence.
I suppose it could wait till later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm going to go wash up. Remember what Blackquill said, Apollo. Don't be late.
Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is.
Oh. Rion? Leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished tray.
The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is that, my child?
Begone here. Oh my god. Nerarion. Nerarion. Doesn't sound right, but I'm just gonna skip saying it. That's not. My brain is not prepared for that. Leader of the 100 demons.
Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will.
My charm is no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I could see that one.
Now, you little scamp.
I don't think I could do a British accent with this deep of a voice. Yes!
I trust you know why you're here.
Bags!
Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Now the noodles. Try the noodle stand. Go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
Alright, bud. Everyone's a comedian. No, I mean your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukairi away. Oh my god, he's a Tanuki. You didn't realize that was his face was a Tanuki? Azukairai.
The yokai that watches Azuki beans.
No, not till now. I didn't voice it, but yeah. He's supposed to look like a little raccoon Tanuki.
The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azukairai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together these two are just plain creepy. They are quite the dynamic.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenmataro when you discovered the crime scene.
Did I see Tenmataro in the fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room.
there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Uh-huh. Lots and lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tamataro happen to be among them?
I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho, they were all there.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Hold it!
Hell yeah, Athena.
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course.
What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help.
Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you.
Here we go.
I see Tamataro in the Fox Chambers. Oh, when I opened the door, I saw. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here, you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions. Yes, that's right. Her fears instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She sees seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. I don't know that we should be saying that people have schizophrenia, but there's schizophrenic hallucinations. That's maybe not true. You could just have normal hallucinations. And the trauma in Jixie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. I'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She's particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Okay. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again and... Okay, R. And try to get the heart of the matter. Okay. Okay, let's give this a try. Okay. Cat monster on a Wheel of Fire.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's... Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out that she's what she thought was a yokai on a wheel of fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? Oh.
Take that!
The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a fire wheel. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Eek! Do we have to do this for every one of these? That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Narakabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here is nothing more than a fox statue. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know. Your boss was like dead in front of you and your dad was unconscious. You know, I think you were dealing with a lot. You did it, Apollo. Your extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. That's not
Right, there never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion.
I don't know why I keep saying it like that. Wait, Jinxie? What about Temataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Temataro, or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking!
The two of them.
I think we just dug our own grave.
Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do.
I hope does he have new? No, I was about to say, he does not have new chains on. Why didn't they replace his fucking shackles? Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. Oh, excuse me. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Oh my god, she's saying something new. Okay. Did I see Temataro in the Fox Chamber? I was so scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. There in the Fox Chamber, I saw the alderman dead on a table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Temataro. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try finding the emotions that contradict your statement. If I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out. That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Oh. Emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotions change through the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. It's like more here. This seems like an unnatural reaction. Oh, really? Because I don't see it that way. But isn't unexpected given her... Okay. Hello? There's anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Someone's at home and that's... Okay. What? Alright. How about this one? Where she's less sad.
Got it!
Okay, the music stopped that time. The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Oh. I forgot that's fear and not sadness. So that's my bad. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Oh, look. Okay. I keep not knowing that I should press space there. Oh, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Bye-bye. A sudden burst of courage. Now where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like that at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Oh, this one. The flower.
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah! The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tailed flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene.
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence, said evidence instantly. This instant.
Sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? Ah. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder.
A master key? That went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that?
Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence.
That's a little melodramatic, don't you think?
Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the fox chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl.
And your point is?
Until Jinxie Tenma opened the fox chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable.
I don't know, there's vents. I know it's supposed to be in the ceiling and you can't get up to it, but there's probably a fucking way. There's a stepladder.
Objection!
How could this happen?
Defense assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations.
Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks.
Sykes, Stono. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept.
Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap.
Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo?
Mr. Justice? I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to?
Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it.
I'm gonna keep watching with the sleepy sheepy disease taking hold. Allow my terrible voices to lull you to sleep.
Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually I do. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But... Got absolutely nothing. But that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locker room is, too. No, it's the fucking vent.
Oh god. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono.
Time to do or die, literally.
The defense will now explain how it could be possible to escape the locked room.
You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. It's the vent! So let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room had a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. I don't know, you could stand on the windowsill. Needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. Probably hiding behind the door. That's what I said earlier. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left might just lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. I don't know. The air duct? The doors? I don't fucking know. Like, my gut says... I mean, could he just gone out the door? Okay. If he hid... I think he hid behind the door. And then when she ran off to call the police, that's when he escaped.
Take that!
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on the scene was within the locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key?
I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Mr. Justice, prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
Why does this man have a weapon? I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because Chenma locked it from inside. It locked on its own. The perp locked it from the outside. Oh, girl. Girl, I don't know. Perp locked it from the... Oh, okay. So he locked the door, and then he crawled in the air vent and dropped down it into the room. Which is how he got in. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Ouch!
Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from the room is a blatant contradiction of fact.
I hate that face. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and used to lock the door from outside.
Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight?
Threw it in from outside, changed the lock, slipped it in when the door was open. I guess threw it in from outside? Because the air vents. It's the air vents, and this is the only one that makes sense. I don't like the way it's worded, but it's fine. What if someone threw it into the room from the outside? You know, something like go out in the hallway door, lock the room, and toss the key back in through the window? Not the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. Not the window, Apollo.
Where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility.
Oh, right.
Excuse me.
I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Yeah, the fucking air duct.
Take that!
The air vent?
Yes, the window may have been out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right! The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber.
That's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. Yeah, that shocked face is right. First, the real killer, disguised as Temotaro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do was go back through the air duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing! Even I could follow that.
The judge seems really pleased. It explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temotaro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room.
Hey, it looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. Wow, that was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his is so much more attractive now.
Does not have a massive forehead. I know his nickname is Air Forehead, but still. Girls. Oh god. Oh my god. Anyway. Now that I've proven a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Leave my man alone.
Huh? Why did nobody give him new shackles?
Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door?
That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the...
But that is impossible without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Temataro anywhere in the security footage.
What?
Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there?
I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape beside the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Taking criminal prosecution to a whole new level, huh? Exactly. Double meaning.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? Seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor.
Yeah, and I have a fucking newspaper of him flying.
The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one.
No. That was French no. And I said it very bad. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right?
Ha. I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. 'Cause he did.
That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Thank you for laying it on real thick, game. I got it. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Yeah.
Take that!
Take a look at this special... plays music for 2 seconds, and then it's like, okay, yeah. Take a look at this special edition paper. Temataro, real or flight...
Temataro, real or flight to fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting...
Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Temataro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice.
Okay, then how about the Temataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air?
No, there is a rational, common-sense explanation for that. That Inferno yokai, our tricky Tanuki witness, never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye.
Are you gonna try to blame Jinxie? She? I don't like where this is going one bit.
Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that the mayor was already unconscious at the time.
Not good. Not good at all.
Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma.
I'm glad everybody is silent after that. Like... dude. It's not fucking Jinxie, obviously.
The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The little scamp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father, and it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way?
Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one.
Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would.
Yeah, it's gonna be him. Mayor Tenma? We assure you, it's quite based. Absolutely. I got to. I know I'm not playing Apollo Justice right now, but I was yesterday, and I got to that part, and it cracked me up. I love Phoenix. Anyway,
this farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul?
I love these fucking games.
Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming around the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess.
I don't think so. Wait. Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayor Tenma, no. Don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone.
The real killer is...
Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something! But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw. What?
Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return.
Huh? Uh-oh. I should watch out what I wish for. What the fuck is happening? I'm sorry?
Caw, foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek.
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the forbidden chamber.
I know we've had crazier moments. I have lived through them, but... I doesn't mean it doesn't leave me speechless every time.
Behold the return of the Demon King!
What the... Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation.
I think we all need one, Mayor. Judge.
Oh. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth.
What?
This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ah, what nonsense.
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
Caw. I hate this. His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie and Tenma, Phineas and... Sorry, and Phineas Filchasaw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? The accursed power of...
It's the same exact voice. That's not good.
The accursed power of these warning charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
Somebody get that man new shackles! Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer, the one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. I don't think it wasn't. I mean, obviously, but what the fuck is going on? Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene, that too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. His fucking face! The pieces have all fallen into place. So Professor... why do I keep saying Professor? Good lord! How so, Professor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. Okay. Then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled on the scene of the crime. Okay. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. Okay. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father, possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is it possible that he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? No, it's the fucking flamboyant assistant again. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, I did, but presently tired, I made for the forbidden chamber. Stop it! Shut up, dude! The last exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real, live... Rumor about Mayor Tenma is true. I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro? Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He really wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Is it? Are you sure about that? Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. I would think maybe the case where for one day Miles Edgeworth showed up as a defense attorney would, maybe not stranger than this, but I feel like it would rank pretty high. And that the actual prosecutor cried blood. That was a wild case. That's one of my favorite cases of this whole series, but oh my god, what a fucking wild case. Anyway, Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to... Alright, Blackwell. This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. I forgot about that. But this is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How I will sleep tonight. Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
That remains your top favorite case so far? Yeah, it's a fucking good case. I think about that case all the time. I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation.
I'm sorry. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything?
We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us, is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all, but...
Oh! What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. He got tased!
What in the devil was that? Fooled Bright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner?
Ha 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 ha! Seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave.
You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, will...
I don't know why that's funny, but it kind of is. Also, this music paired with it. Sorry. You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Black will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case... This concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
Good lord. To be continued. Oh, we're just going straight to be continued. Nothing else. Okay. I would love to save my game. Thank you so much. On to the next fucking chapter. Oh! Here's the Papa hat. I'm back. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. Ugh, I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back? Eek! Whoa! Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. You're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks. This is not her voice. I don't remember what her voice is, though. This is my Maya voice. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Oh, the fucking panties. I hate them. Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. Stop. I hate that they're called that. I hate it so much. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos. Wait, no, I wanna examine Charlie, anyway. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, a sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know that the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Hold on. Pardon moi? Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. The killer passed through the air duct. Maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. It's just a ladder. Oh, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. God. Should he climb up in there? There's a thick layer of dust in here. Dude, I don't think you needed to go inside. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what did you find? You know how dust collects on something then nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. Just drag him. The poor man. The poor man was framed for forging evidence, lost his whole career path. But yeah, okay, just drag him. You think it's possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Temma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly. Justice we trust. Ah! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Oh, that was... Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Ugh, and I'm back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on. Where's the never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer. Bring it on. Or Mr. Lawyer Man, whatever. Please let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet. Besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice. Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Alright, sure. I can't believe Professor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, depending the blame on a yokai, it really was a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard on 1,000 times. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Wow, everything is so bright and I look so pale. I'm so pale. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Professor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Move this down slightly. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. Doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. Oh my god, where'd you fucking find that? It's at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, isn't that the staff Temataro was supposedly carrying? Or that isn't the staff Temataro was supposedly carrying, is it?
The one and only. As Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done.
No way. What about Prince?
Nope, no Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenmataro get it from? Okay. Not adding that to our court record. Did Professor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered the great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center.
I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened.
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales?
A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. Hi, Maya. Happy Groundhog Day.
I keep forgetting it's Groundhog Day.
Ugh. Our Pennsylvania icon declared in early spring. I'm happy for that. I'll take it. That would be really nice. He's never unmasked himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison.
What? No, did you forget that Mayor Tenma was not only Jinxie's father, but our client?
Oh yeah. I learned today there are so many other regional weather predicting animals, including a piercing eating cat? Wild.
You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history.
Pierogi. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. It's like, who's letting this cat eat piercings? Pierogi eating cat. Okay.
Just hope you don't find yourselves on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I'm under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. Wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Ah ha ha!
What now, Apollo?
How about regrouping back at the agency?
Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. I can go examine Charlie. The Chivo.
Maybe I'll go read over some past cases.
And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out.
How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down.
In other words, business as usual, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Except that this time it's like we're bound and gagged too.
Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough.
Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too.
Mr. Wright.
How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena?
I think it's safe to say that things have gotten harder than before. Hairier than before.
Really? What happened?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, I can't examine! But there's a Charlie the Planet achievement. Okay.
I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might have been a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that way back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest, most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. Quit is a generous way to phrase that. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time. Is that Edgeworth? Did you go visit Edgeworth in Europe? Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. That's like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Oh, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought if my special ability could help defend innocent people, and I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal. Like she's trying to help somebody she knows. All right! I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright? Yes? I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. I want to talk to Phoenix more. Tell me about how you would go visit Edgeworth in Europe. Did you have a nice romantic time? Anyway. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Eek.
Caw. So my minions have returned.
Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again.
Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoned walls with great haste.
Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean?
You can clear me of these charges. I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask me what you will.
Suppose it's worth a shot. Can I smack this on his head? Where is it? Oh, she took it away from me! Why did she take it away from me? Trucy! I didn't even present it as anything! Is that the only thing she took? Is that the only thing Trucy took? Okay, well, never mind on that idea. Were those feathers and tracks of the scene of the crime really your doing?
Indeed, the remnants of Demetaro, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Caw, 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 caw.
The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie.
What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once.
Oh, huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you?
Well, now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. That's what it is. Now be silent, Damien.
Guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you?
I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. If I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving naught but ash.
Yikes! So you're saying that there must have been somebody else there. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned he'd been clubbed with this statue. I better ask about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned you might have something new to tell me.
Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago.
You what?
Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber.
Whoa, is regurgitating one of your demonic powers too?
But do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber.
So he wanted to keep it shut tight.
But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key.
How do you know? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then?
Foolish mortal, you will have me, Tenmataro, act as some asinine alchemist? But I asked the jailer and my will was done eagerly. Was done quite eagerly, I must add. Caw, 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 caw.
It was an honor, sir, your malevolence. Okay. Guess I'm not the only one he scared the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door.
Curse that infernal door. If I had known its manner of opening long, long ago, I would have made my return.
He has a point there. Why is my Fitbit going off from this text from an hour and a half ago?
Rude.
Maybe Jinxie knows something about how this whole thing works. Okay. I think I need to present this.
What, might I ask, is that?
The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder.
Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped in such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. That Damien does not know.
A secret gift? Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Okay. Could just do it.
Why this? This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien.
Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
Caw, 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 caw. You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal.
Who placed this in the alderman's pocket?
Very few were they who knew the alderman was in Damien's briefcase.
So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket.
Could it have been his doing?
Mr. Taro, did you just remember something?
Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent Lebel.
full knowledge of that briefcase contents did the aide possess? Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien.
Seems like Mayor Temma is a bit too trusting of those around him.
Still, this is huge. Now I know who might have slipped that blackmail letter into the alderman's pocket.
Look out, Flora and LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals.
Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead.
Okay. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber?
We should probably search it for clues.
Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole?
Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help.
Yokai Lane, I hope? Hey, isn't that... Oh, hi, Jinxie. You dare imprison me? Jinxie! She's acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine, and despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you.
Jinxie, are you alright?
Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Morning, Jinxie.
Morning? Isn't it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been the Makugarashi.
Makura... Geishi... Oh, Geishi. Okay.
Ever since the restless night's sleep to find your pillow in it... Ever wake up a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makura Garashi preys on people while they're asleep.
Sounds like you need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag.
Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't. Oh, I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me.
I say she had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now.
I better reapply them.
Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask.
There was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something else.
You did? What was it?
Alright.
Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered?
Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there was only one thing I thought was really weird.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What?
It's about the yokai feathers and the tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door.
Wait, what? Are you sure?
Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now.
So you're saying that they were left at the crime scene after you found it?
This could spell major trouble, Apollo.
Why?
Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it'll totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Ugh! Jinxie's fuzzy memories of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that.
Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something.
Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear.
A secret mechanism? Really?
Uh-huh. It's hidden in the fox chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked.
The Alderman of Ninetails Vale sure loved his secrets.
Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Sorry, I just punched my microphone again. Jinxie, is there only one keyhole in the Forbidden Chamber? Why is my head itchy? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Temma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Okay, it's only one of a kind. I don't know. What's this? It's Sukomogami? Sukomogami? A yokai that inhabits objects that have been used for a really long time. A red demon and a Sukomogami. What a strange combination. Does that to her some supernatural phenomenon? Alright. I don't... Just make sure. Okay. I don't want to have to come back. Alright. I don't think... Oh, here we go. Oh, that's the amazing Ninetales! He lives in the mountains right outside the village, but he often comes to visit. Really? He doesn't sound very secret or reclusive to me. No, he's not. In fact, he visits the village bathhouse all the time. No way! The amazing Ninetales goes to public bathhouses? Uh-huh. But like a true wrestling legend, he never takes his mask off. He takes baths in his mask? Uh-huh. And he also has a towel that says Wrestlers Wanted. If I saw a naked masked guy with a message like that on his towel, I'd run the other way. Oh, Abby sending me something. Okay. Wait, Jinxie's a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales. She'd probably freak out if I showed her this mask without the guy in it. What are you thinking? It would crush her if she figured out her favorite wrestler is dead. Guess I'll spare her the grief. Although she really could use a reality check. Oh my god, Apollo. Okay. Okay, I don't think... Okay, to the chamber. Okay. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna start here. Nope. Alright, let's go to the foyer. What did it say I was supposed to do? Show the fox. I knew there was... Of course, the fucking one thing I don't show to her. Alright. Alderman Cupid made that statue. I'm doing all the wrong voices. Alderman Cupid made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetales Vale and Tenma Town. Token of goodwill. But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. This statue... Or originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Temma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the alderman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will forever be etched in my mind. Okay. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Oh, baby is lying. My bracelet is reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... Justice we trust! Yikes! A ghost! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, you want to ask?
Ah, but I can't tell you that now, can I? Ah ha 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 ha.
Come on, please. We're partners in justice, right?
No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash.
This game is doing everything in its power to be like, Apollo has that power, but you're not allowed to use it. Like, y'all, so you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then?
Now come along, Miss Tenma. To the station with you.
He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out.
I just hope they let us in now. Oh God.
Was his hair blue last time? No. Okay. You dyed your hair overnight?
Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman.
Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what.
Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers? What do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare.
Where do you buy clothes like that?
Surprised? This is my own special design. It's from the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. Having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy? I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch say they saw Tenmataro. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see— Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florence LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect.
Tell us more about that rumor.
So, what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, and then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it,
that loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine in despair.
That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did? Oh.
wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed?
Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes.
Memory lost during possession.
Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession.
Ah, then maybe.
So you do understand that whole yokai business was entirely of her own making.
Now wait a minute. Although that yokai evidence wasn't there until she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes next time we talk to him. Alright, I gotta present that blackmail letter.
What is that?
It's a blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman QB. It was sent to Mayor Tenma.
And? Your point being?
Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered.
Oh, you don't say.
You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So, naturally, you...
Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes.
Or my eyes fall out from their sockets.
Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place?
Well...
My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here.
God, I hate this guy. I need to... Better? It's not better. Ugh. Oh my god, it's so bright. I don't know how to make me look not washed out and gross. Hold on. I have a thought. What happens if I just don't be in the complete darkness? I think it's better. It's not better. I don't... Okay, I don't know. I'm so washed out. Why am I... I know it's probably been like this all stream, but now it's bothering me. I don't know, I feel like that's maybe a slight improvement. I don't know. Just gonna go with that.
In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what you do with this garbage.
You can't destroy evidence like that.
What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now.
You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy.
Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know.
I guess that's it for now.
Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid that's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? then I should advertise it on TV. But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world.
Stop the bus. I'm getting off.
Okay. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis la Belle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's becoming so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare.
You don't say.
Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants.
Peasants?
This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur Me La Belle. A dazzling hair color you can wash out with just water.
Guess that means you can't sweat.
I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads.
Yet it's not available to the public? Great sales strategy there, genius.
Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty.
Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point.
Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle.
God, and the blackmail letter's destroyed. What the fuck? Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. We've still got to find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. I can't believe you destroyed it! It's gone! I'm really upset.
He gets arrested.
Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber.
Oh, this is so exciting! I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber?
We'll just have to open it and find out.
We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden in this room. Okay, let's get started. Operate.
Apollo? I don't speak whatever that language is.
I think that was Spanish, not whatever that language.
Oh my god, he did hide behind the door! I was right! Because they moved the statue! So, and the other one's broken! Better take a look behind this door, too. Oh, look, the doorknob banged into the wall.
Oh, but it...
Okay. Made a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there.
Right, I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick, damn it. I got excited too early.
I just remembered this mystery novel I once read.
The murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was opened. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape.
A clever trick, but it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was opened.
Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue.
Alright. That's not. 2 foxes standing back to back are depicted in this elegant folding screen. Does this have something to... Oh, I have an idea. Wait a minute. 2 foxes. Yeah, 2 fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Yeah, we just gotta turn them.
Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. I don't see anything unusual about it.
Well, it does have 2 foxes on it, and there are 2 fox statues in front of the door.
Maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down.
He's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Okay. They're facing away from each other already. There's a carving of the Nine-Tails Fox over the door, and statues of him on either side. The way those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, the statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something like that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Uh-huh. You know, the screen we literally just... So no keyhole, huh? Okay, whatever. Okay. Yeah, the door won't budge. It's like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? Wait, no, don't. Such as you hate losing, Athena. I think the door would win this match. Do I just examine this again? Okay. This is annoying. There really is no escaping through that air duct. And here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out. That's not a ladder, Apollo. It's a step ladder. What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them. What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors and decide who's right. You're way too competitive. And it's not even related to the original issue either. The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Alderman Kyubi was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma. But he was murdered instead. By somebody who intervened. Mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows, if this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. Okay. Well, I don't fucking know. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The Alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. I guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. There it is! Hey, look! There's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. The only question is a piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be a piece to this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the... Oh, so this piece broke off and rolled under the table? Okay. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those foxes in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Closer inspection. I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen. Okay. If I spot anything of interest, I can press space to inspect it further. You can also... Yeah. Okay. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? No, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. A picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait, what about that keyhole drawn in the center of the screen? Do you think the two are related? A key and a keyhole. Oh, I just got an idea. If you folded the screen up just right, the key and the keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Oh. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. Two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out those two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Look! A lock appeared! Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked! Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? These doors need some serious oil. Ah, that was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Look, more feathers. It's the hairspray. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it. Ugh, all I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you? What is this? What? Of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. One is missing. Look kind of like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Yes, I got so many things to examine. We're gonna start with this. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis la Belle? La Belle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at the time. In other words, the Tenmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than... Florent LaBelle. Yup. This might be a big break for us in the court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Okay. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? Excuse me. The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, alright. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here. It looks like one's missing. The Tenmataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I have to agree. These look like the ones Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there's so many here? Maybe they're spares. Temataro might be, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Goodness, you're so judgy, Apollo. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Whoa, it's turning into Temataro. Oh, that was Apollo. It's turning into Temataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is that how Temataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Whoa, that's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Temataro has a staff. But the Temataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant. But why? Let's take a closer look. First, go around the table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there? Apollo is not listening. It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. What the hell is that? Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty. I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. Is it the beans? The demon who washes the beans and keeps you awake? Oh god, there's so many things to look at. Oh look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. I'm like not doing her voice right. I realize it. Well, the Fox's chamber vent didn't branch this way, so... Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Or after all. I guess that about wraps it up. What now? I didn't get to look at... There's other things. Anyway. We should probably talk with some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Temataro. We've already searched here. I know, but okay, I guess I don't have to look at it. And maybe that's probably good for my voice. Okay. It's the curse! The curse! The curse at Temataro! Eek! Oh, she took her necklace. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Ah! And he's taking my bracelet too. Youch! What's all this about a curse? Temataro's gonna curse all us unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigating. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Ugh, you almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget, why does my eye hurt? Grr. Yipes!
Mercy, mercy! I can't seem to control myself. Saw that thieving blood running in my veins.
Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean?
Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this.
What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me.
It's none other than the Azuki Kozo, robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. But he left one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson because he was my grandpappy.
Wow, you don't say.
Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth.
Okay, so he stole the Yellowstone.
The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn.
Okay. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Apparently something like a certain thief leaves at the scene of a theft.
Hey! What are you doing with that there figure?
Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there practically forever.
Could you mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back? Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber.
Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber?
Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there.
There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he?
See, now there's one of his figures in there? That just might be. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor.
Oh, of course, because he was so right. Or so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tematara near the scene of the crime.
Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me.
The people of Ninetail Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Temataro.
Darn right! Them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell ya. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on.
Ugh, sorry. So you plan on staying here in Ninetail's Vale?
Yup, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me.
Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in these old wives' tales?
You ain't been listening to a word I said?
You're gonna do exactly what them superstitions say. Well, that's baloney. I assume it's...
Take that!
It's clearly written here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetail Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now.
Oh,
I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch.
yipes.
You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you?
Sorry, but I didn't have no choice.
So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Temataro?
It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Temataro. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen.
Oh, my neck hurts, sorry. So was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? Why wouldn't Mr. LaBelle want to scare you why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence?
Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed.
That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Maritema about the possession rumor. Ouch! Hey, watch it!
Oh, good. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. Could have just asked instead of stealing it.
Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch?
Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Temataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass.
Alright. God, I hope we might have to, like, I might have to call it after this, because I don't know how long the last thing's gonna be. I'm gonna sneak peek. Just check. Alright, how long is this trial? Oh, Lord. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 testimonies. I don't... Oh my god. Okay, I think it's going to be a long one. I don't know, we'll see.
Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, Your Malevolence.
Oh, Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, Your Malevolence.
Why are you speaking like that?
Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned.
Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me.
That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time.
So, what can I do for you today?
I'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Okay, I'm actually just going to do my voice for Apollo, because doing that rasp is hurting my throat a lot. So once we see Phoenix again, we'll figure it out. But she allegedly left yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Too many raspy voices. Huh? Oh, God.
Caw-caw! No match is this warding charm for me.
Ugh, the charm. Temataro's back.
Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings.
Ugh, I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. Alright. We'd like to ask you about something your aide, Florent LaBelle, mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed?
I know not of what you speak.
You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you?
I, Temataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai, protect a mere mortal? Caw-caw-caw-caw! No affections do I possess for your race of humans.
Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name.
I have already told you, I do not know of what you speak.
I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo. I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it.
Really?
Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain the whole possession thing. Knock yourself out, then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean like sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she's exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job at Ninetails Vale?
When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night.
I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state, and that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then, the Temataro that was supposed to be at the manor wasn't Jinx, or was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie.
Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter.
Look, Temataro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma?
Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you.
Alright, one more time. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you?
I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt.
I knew it.
You suspect Florent is behind all this? But why? Did he really want Ninetales Veil that badly?
Can you think of any reason why?
Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmataro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro.
That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real?
Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison.
But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle.
Your dinner is ready, Your Malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caw, 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 caw. Yes, Your Malevolence, I'll remember that.
How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth, he won't be able to claim that Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. Well, the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top.
Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, oh heck, what was the next part again?
You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 13th time you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? False shit. Fake testimony.
Oh, I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's all just practice. Yipes!
Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? I wonder what he stole. Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo?
Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? Pff, you peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me?
Your confession to being the Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro.
Filchy, you fool!
I told you nothing good would come of running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle?
Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course.
But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro.
Interesting. But where are you going with this?
Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro.
Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenmataro. Ouch! I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool.
What was the full thing he said? You even told me Tenmataro was a jinx, so why would he...
Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes! So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting. With a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Miss LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Uh-oh. This cologne. The drug is in the cologne. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for thinking and remembering stuff. Yeah, right up the snozola. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please. Anything but another lesson. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. Yeah, I think after this I'm gonna just call it, because I am tired. And I don't want to stream for 2 more hours. Which is what it's gonna end up being. Cursed nine-tailed fox, the time for settling the score. My grudge has but festered over time. At last vengeance will be mine. Grr, grr. She must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst. Jinxie? Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Phew. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah? Which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Temmataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? 2 bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right. For the municipal murder issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. I'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting. It was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers... No fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she's lying about. Yeah. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers on the tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you remember something else this time. Eek! When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman Kibi were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. Yeah. I knew it. She's holding something back. Perceive. Okay, it's the first one.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else. How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman Cupie." He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Pup is the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie's been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman Cubie and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have fled the Fox Chamber when it was open. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenma, Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Oh, God. All right. And that's gonna be it for me. Because my body hurts. This chair is hurting my back. I really wanted to finish this case today, but I don't have 2 hours more of streaming in me. And that's probably what it's gonna end up being. Okay. Oh my god, it's only 10:30. I'm so conflicted. No, I'm gonna stick to my guts. I'm gonna end it for tonight. Because my back fucking hurts and I'm tired and maybe I should get some sleep. That might... Oh! Hello, you get to see my whole shit. Maybe I should get some rest. Hold on, really quick. Oh yeah, I do have my display capture accidentally on still. Alright. Well, that is going to do it for me. Oh god, my fucking webcam. That is going to do it for me tonight, folks. I am so tired. I really wish that I had more stamina and I could finish this case tonight, but alas, we'll have a short stream this week. I don't have 2 more hours in me. So, Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Let me double check my schedule. You're also about to get in bed. We're too old now. I should be streaming normal next week. I don't really have anything going on Fridays for a while, which is good. I'm glad. And you're only gonna get older. Thanks so much for the reminder, Cody. My body is decrepit already. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks for listening to me ramble about fan fiction. I will not be revealing that. Not be revealing what that one is on stream. This one. If you want it, you can message me. If you want to know what it is. But I'm not. I refuse to speak the name of it. Anyway, I feel practically getting dug out of the dick site, Cody. Oh my god. You came in at such an interesting moment. Hi, Alexis. You came in right at the end. I'm so sorry. Oh. As we're lamenting our just decrepit, falling to pieces bodies. I was just like, I won't not. It was that. It's, earlier in the stream, I was talking about, I've just spent the week, like, reading fan fiction. The week has sucked, and so it's been my, like, fallback. It's just, I've read an insane amount of fan fiction, and there's one that I came across. Every time I think about it, it short circuits my brain, and not in a good way. Like, I was, like, not gonna read it. I, like, passed it, like, 3 times while I was doing my searching, and I was like, don't. And I was like, what is this? Who writes this? I mean, I know who writes this. But, like, I was like, oh my god. And then it just, like, it wore me down, and, like, the 3rd time that I passed it, I was like, I just have to know what it is. And it was... Oh, it was something else. God, it had me blushing. Anyway, if you want the link to that fic, let me know. But I will not be name dropping it on stream. The masochism kicked in a little bit. Masochistic curiosity. I don't know that it was good. I wouldn't describe it as good. It wasn't bad, but I don't like good. No, it was super smutty. That's what it was. Yes, Cody. It was super smutty in like an embarrass in like an like oh okay, like in like a oh okay kind of way. Cody, if you want the link, I will send it to you. But like be fair warned. Anyway. No, not even. I can't. Like, it wasn't badly written. Okay, it wasn't badly written, but the content, the the specific combination of kinks and scenario, I was like, oh no. The first time I saw it, I was like scrolled away as fast as possible, and then it just wore me down, and I was like, I have to know what this is. Anyway, AO3 is an interesting place. I wasn't looking for explicit. I was just in the Klapalo, like, tag category, and there it was. And I kept, what's it called? changing my filters and stuff, and that's how I kept seeing it. It was some. I'm gonna send it to you, Cody. Hold on. I sent it to Nico. I sent it to Nico earlier. I'm gonna send it to you real quick, and you can. I just read the description, and that's all you need to know. The summary. It's anyway. That's gonna do it for me. I don't have to finish reading, but my assignment that I have to read Lord of the Flies with isn't due till next Sunday. So I got time. And that book is not that long. I can fucking fly through it. With a stream ending, yeah. Yeah, me blowing up my own spot, really. Listen, you eventually run out of fan fiction. Like the good stuff, and you have to like start reading others. And like part of my problem is I've pulled a bunch of fan fiction that I want to read that I can't read yet because they're all like have Duel Destinies spoilers or Spirit of Justice spoilers. Like they're post game 4 or 5 and 6. So like I don't want to read those yet because I don't want to be spoiled for anything in this game. Yeah. Enjoy that, Cody. Tell me. When you eventually see what it is, just let me know your reaction. You could message me on Discord. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me tonight. Cody, you always have to have a pun right at the end. A good pun. That's gonna do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I don't know what was in my body today. What I was possessed by. The spirit of like a teenage girl giggling over every character. I don't know what yokai possessed me this stream, but suffice to say, I was oh wait, the address. Yeah, you got update? Is it Cummings? Which, oh yeah, by the way, this is what Alexis got me for Christmas. Look at him. If it'll focus. And I haven't written anything on it yet. The variant is called Edgeworth Animal. Oh my god. I haven't decided what I'm going to write on this yet. But I will eventually. Edgeworth Animal. Edgeworth is an animal. I love him. I can't. Oh, the reveal that in the 7 years Phoenix went to Europe a bunch of times to help, presumably, Miles. They're fucking. That is a wild name. I don't know. Why would that be the variant? It seems like maybe a weird mistranslation. I love these characters so much. I'm very excited to finish the game series. But I don't want to be finished with it. I don't want to be finished with it. It's going to be really sad. I'm going to be really sad. Anyway, I have spent the last 10 minutes trying to end stream, and I keep beating around the bush. So let me go. I will leave. Are there any mods I could do? Not really. I don't know that there's really mods to this game. I will say that I do want to play the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright after this. So like I have a little bit more stuff, but a randomizer? I don't know that exists for this, but I'll look it up. I will. We'll see. But anyway, that's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out. I really appreciate it. You're the best, and I love you all very much. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and an incredible weekend. And I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.